Okay, the time is now 6:05. The board is reconvening following executive session. Hello.
Good evening.
Hello. Thank you. We are now going to reconvene into open session, and we're going to begin with an invocation led by Ms. Gore.
Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this opportunity to gather here tonight. We pray that your presence fill this room and guide us as we go through our meeting and make decisions that have the ability to affect the lives of so many in our community. We pray, Father, that you be with all the educators, students, and their families as they start their summer break. We pray that you protect them during this time of rest and pray that they're able to get the rest that they need to come back refreshed and rejuvenated for the next year. We also pray for the seniors that are about to embark on this next journey in their lives. We pray that you guide them every step of the way as they step out into the world and make their mark. Thank you, Father, for this opportunity. It is in your Son, Jesus Christ's name, that we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. All right. And next we have pledges. Let's see, by Emma students.
So we're going to stand on the side. Stand right here. I'm missing one. Might be in a sea of people.
Yes, please stand. And if Dylan is out there in the sea of people, make a peep. Might be missing one.
Okay, are you ready? Okay, say, hi, my name is Oakley.
My name is Oakley, and please tell me when the Texas flag
And the Pledge of Allegiance.
and the Pledge of Allegiance.
I
Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good job. Hi, my name is Andrew.
My name is Andrew,
From Miss Call's class.
in Miss Carr's class. Please join me in the Texas Pledge.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Say and in Spanish. Say and in Spanish.
and in Spanish.
Da
honor a la bandera de Texas. Prometo, Rita, a ti Texas, un estado, amor de Dios, uno e invisible.
Thank you. And one is 3 and one is 4.
I can't say that I could have done that when I was 3 or 4 years old. They did awesome. Do we have any proud parents out there while these pictures are being taken? All right, and from there, we're going to go into our Achievement Spotlight. And the first thing is going to be with GHS Principal Jeremy Ross with the GHS Class 2022 Valedictorian and Salutatorian.
All right, Matthew, Corey, can you join me up here, please? You have your speeches ready? What did you think you were? No. It is my honor at this time of year to introduce you to our valedictorian and salutatorian for the class of 2022. Our salutatorian is Mr. Matthew Walters. He will be going to Cornell University. He is graduating with a 6.205 GPA. He's been involved in basketball, swim, choir, National Honor Society, baseball. I'm sorry, I can't read my writing. Baseball. And these two this afternoon, when they were in my office, we were going through some of these things, and Corey didn't know what her GPA was, but Matthew knew both his GPA and Corey's GPA. So class of 2022 salutatorian, Mr. Matthew Walters. And he wins the shirt contest today. So our salutatorian, our top finishing graduate for the class of 2022 is Miss Corey Bronner. She is going to Mississippi State. She has a 6.213 GPA that she did not know, but Matthew did. She's involved in HOSA, Academic UIL, WIT, National Honor Society, and she also has been a multi-year member of our swim team. So class of 2022 valedictorian, Miss Corey Bronner.
And do we have any proud parents out there in the audience? One thing I can say about these two individuals, and a lot of the kids in this class, not only are they smart, but they're involved, they do things for the community, and they're just great people to know. And so I am really proud of our class at Granbury High School. All right, next we have Ms. Julia Pennell for the 5th grade Memorial Day essay contest winners.
Thank you. I'd also like to introduce Mickey Allen, who's actually the event chairperson and has done a great job. Superintendent Jeremy Glenn, School Board Trustee President Barbara Townsend, and members of the GISD School Board Trustees sitting on the dais. I'm Julia Pennell, chairperson for the Friends in Memorial Lane. We're a nonprofit organization, and so what we do, our goal is to always honor and remember those who serve as career or volunteer servants as firefighters, law enforcement, and our military heroes. Tonight, in connection with the upcoming Memorial Day Remembrance, which will happen at Memorial Lane, we come to bring you 2 announcements. The first is about the 5 campus winners who wrote essays about what Memorial Day means to them. Along with this announcement, we would like to let you know that from this day on, the essay contest will be known as the J.C. Campbell Memorial Essay Contest. I still get emotional over J.C. I still miss him, but he loved his country, his city, and he loved educating students. So, what do? We get to present to you the 5 winners representing each campus. So if you'll help me recognize, and they will get a gift tonight of the special carved wooden eagle over the flag from Memorial Lane, also our freedom bracelet. The day of Memorial Day at the park, each will get a specially designed certificate when we announce the number 1 winner. We would like for you to come to that. So will you come forward as I call your name? Briar Shinnewark, representing Oakwood Elementary. Stand right over there by her, yes. Claire Burwell, representing Bronner. Sophia Ferguson, representing Acton Elementary. Virgil Ferris, representing the STEAM Academy. Wayne Sherwood, representing Bacchus Elementary. I want you, students, hold up your bags. Can you see how they're all different? They have one thing in common, the red, white, and blue on top, because we're all here about Memorial Day. They have the same gifts on the inside, but each bag is different because they're different. They're all winners, and their essays were just marvelous. It was really difficult. So thank you. We invite you to come hear them at 9:45 at the park on Memorial Day. There will be a free shuttle, so you don't have to walk. So let's welcome them. Are the parents here?
Can any of the parents wave while we're... There we go. Proud parents. So, Miss Julia, are they going to read their essays on Memorial Day, or when do we get to hear them?
Memorial Day. Well, what we can do, we can give them all to you now that we've picked the winner. But the winner will read their essay.
Okay, very good. Thank
We
you.
can give it to you if you want to put it out. They're all wonderful. They're all wonderful.
Very good. Thank you. And I've been asked up here, so I'm going to say it again. 9:45 a.m. is when they'll end up having that announcement made on Memorial Day. And next, we have our Granbury Marine Corps JROTC National Rifle and Physical Training Teams and World Robotic Team.
All right, thank you, school board, for having us here tonight to recognize our 3 national teams this year. So the first set of cadets we're going to recognize are the rifle team, our 5-time national rifle team. So they went out in March to compete at Camp Perry and came home with our fifth national trophy. So we'll start out with Cadet Folsom. You guys go ahead and come up. They're here for the gift bags, but I didn't bring any. So. All right, Hayden, Crawford, Arlington, Slaughter, Martin, Wells, that's Big Wells, McGrath, Little Wells, that's her sister. So this is your national rifle team. So then in April, we went to Daytona Beach, Florida for the National Physical Fitness Competition. And we took kids out there, so we had 5 events that they competed in. Out of the 5 events, they medaled in 3, and then we were in 6th place overall out of about 40 teams. And then we had Sarah, put your hand there, Sarah was the fittest female out of all the JRTCs in the nation. So when I call your name, so Cadets Burrell, that's you, Burrell. All right, there we go. Light, if he showed up, Milligan, Lopez, Ruiz, Folsom again's up here, Cook, Garcia, Larson, Hutchison, Trado, Wilson. So this is your national PT team. And then in May, we took our robotics team to JRTC Nationals. We were the only Marine Corps team to compete at that time. And so they competed against 70 of the best JRTCs in the nation, and they ended up getting 2nd place in the nation. So pretty impressive. So those cadets were Cadet Leyland, Ricky Hernandez, Zach Leyland, Slaughter, Obina, and Wilson. And then after they competed at the JRTC national level, they ended up competing at the world level for the first time. And just a couple of thank yous. We have, first I'd like to recognize Mr. Becker, wherever he's at. Back over there, he's our volunteer rifle coach. He comes in every morning on his own time and afternoon and spends time with the rifle team and mentors them, and we couldn't do it without him. And then Miss Jumper, who's going to recognize her kiddos here in a minute, you see how I've farmed all this out, so I'm smart. I'm a good Marine Corps officer, you know. So the time that Miss Jumper has spent with our robotics team as well, when she came to us 2 years ago, said, you guys want to start this? And I said, I don't know anything about it, but I can fund it. So thanks to her, and then most importantly, thank you to First Sergeant, who keeps me on straight, and he's the success behind all of this and keeping it together, especially the physical fitness team. So thank you guys for recognizing us. Any parents out there? Parents? There you go. Thank you guys.
The JROTC program here at Granbury High School, as far as I'm concerned, is a crown jewel of GISD, and I so appreciate everything y'all have done to make this work.
Thank you, ma'am. Way to go, Wells. You did an awesome job.
I just really can't say enough about this program. Thank y'all so much. And next up, we have Angela Jumper to talk about the National Robotics Team, which she has also been helping our NJROTC team. So thank you so much, Ms. Jumper.
I'm not as tall as he is. I'd need a ladder. I just want to introduce these guys to you. I'm going to call them up first, and then I'm going to actually let our number cruncher tell you what kind of season they've had this year. Basically, when we went to the world competition, to put it in terms that I couldn't put words to it, the closest I could come to is an ever-changing physics and calculus 3 test that you've ever had that lasts from 6:30 in the morning to 7 p.m. at night, 5 days straight. That's what these guys did all week at Worlds. So I'm super proud of them. I'm going to introduce Brute Force, Mason Clark, Caleb Hammond, Matthew Shute, and Riley Beatty. And Silent But Deadly, Abby Pruitt, Braden Seaborn, and Jeffrey Hunzinger. So these guys instilled fear around the world. Literally every meet that they went to, they took away qualifying spots from other teams because they can only go once. Brute Force qualified 13 times at every single meet that they went to this year, with the exception of the one that we went to in NorCal, where we gained the skills to actually break the top 16 bracket at Worlds. Super proud of them. Silent by Deadly qualified multiple times as well to go to state. They performed very well, performed well at Worlds, and I'm going to let Mason give you the numbers for numbers people.
So at my banquet for robotics, I took a second to crunch the numbers in my personal speech. So out of the 18,000 teams that competed at the in the entire season of robotics, with the 800 that competed at the World Championships, we finished in the top 70, placing us in the top 0.4% in the world in robotics. For our ROTC teams that competed in their first in-person national championship event, they placed second, of course, making them the second best ROTC teams in the world or in the country to be in VEX robotics competition. And for our awards, my team was able to achieve 14 distinguished awards in our season, which I believe 8 of them qualified us for the state championship, and 7 of them, of course, meant they were stolen from other teams. I don't feel sorry for those other teams. And then at the World Championship, no matter how hard it was, we achieved the Energy Award, which is distinguished to teams that have good commitment and speaking skills and communication skills at the competition. And we were one of 10 teams in the entire world to get this award.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are only losing 2 seniors. So look for us back on the world stage. This is also a community-driven organization. And Abby is a senior. She was our president this year, and she really drove the community mission. Our mission is to spread the love of STEAM throughout our community, our region, our state, and our country. And in doing that, they have mentored and started over 40 teams in North Texas, 20 of them being in GISD from 3rd grade on up, and an additional 8 in Hood County alone. So, ladies and gentlemen, your 21-22 Granbury Robotics World Qualifiers.
And while Mr. Metter gets a picture set up, do we have any proud parents out there? Just wave those hands. Good job.
Sorry, I forgot. I didn't forget about you, but I could not have done this without my assistant coach, Michelle. She does everything I forget.
I'll airdrop it to you.
And Ms. Jumper, you might as well not sit down, because I now have a presentation by Ms. Monica Brown from the Homeschool Co-op.
Michelle, you too, okay? Where are you? When she mentioned mentorship, you did great. She's mentoring teams all over Texas. She's even mentoring homeschool co-ops and answering any question anyone has. And when you look at what the robotics program is doing, when you say, love all things STEAM, we all need to recognize how powerful that is. It's a bandwagon we need to get on, right? So I want to give her a Mentor of the Year award in front of all of you people and the people who are watching online, because she has literally poured action and heart into these students. The student that spoke just a minute ago, he was speaking at the banquet, and he talked about his personal transformation. So he had the intelligence, wit, all that to do the STEM program, but his personal skills have just gone through the roof. And when they went to Worlds, they were in meetings with people from Tesla and Google, big names. So when they say what they did, it's even underspoken. So I want to give you this award, and I want to, one more thing before I do. Angela mentored my group in hosting 50 teams just in March this year that were all from independent school districts. And this is a little group that's a homeschool co-op private school model. So she has reached out to us and helped us to fly in the world of robotics, and I know it's changing lives. She started 20 teams here in Granbury in the independent school district last year. So that's pretty amazing. And the last thing, you didn't bring it up, but she has robotic camps this summer for any student to join in on. So that's something you may want to check into. Junior robotics is for older students and younger. 4th through 6th grade. And then the older students will be used as mentors.
Yes, these guys are the camp counselors. It's a 1-to-5 ratio with the robotics.
Okay, and there's also the Unified program coming on, which is for special ed students to also be trained by your students. Am I right?
They pair up. We're going to start some unified teams, which is where you pair a gen ed student with a special needs student on the same team, and they compete in any of the competitions, but they will have competitions of their own, and their direction is going to be to land at the Special Olympics.
Okay. Okay, and she had students at the Special Olympics like a weekend ago, correct?
Yes, they were doing demonstrations just a couple days ago for the Special Olympics because it's going to be there next year.
Okay, and this is truly for both of you, but we just want to recognize Angela as thank you for mentoring so many people in and out of the district.
Thank you both so much for being community servants. Really great. Thank you so much. Okay, moving on to our state golf meet contestants, Tanner Larson and Mason Lewis, being presented by our golf coaches.
Not a golf coach.
Really?
No. In fact, that would be very comical if you watched me play golf. I got a text from Coach Ward. He wasn't feeling very well. And so I'm here to recognize Mr. Tanner Larson as our participant in the males state golf tournament. So I have to follow my script, otherwise Coach Ward is going to get angry with me. He says, "Thank you, board members. And thank you, Dr. Glenn. We are here to recognize Tanner's accomplishments this year in golf. Tanner won 2 tournaments this year, winning the Cleburne Invitational with scores of 69 and 72, and winning the district tournament with scores of 80 and 75. At regionals, Tanner shot a final round 71 to capture a medalist spot for state. Tanner made the all-region team. He recently competed in the state golf tournament in Georgetown and shot an 80 and an 82, good for a tie for 55th place. Tanner is just a sophomore. We're looking for many great things from him in the future. Great season, Tanner. Congratulations. While you're shaking hands, I'll also mention Mason Lewis. Mason is in Georgetown right now defending her state title, so we wish her all the best. She completed day 1 today, day 2 is tomorrow, so good luck to you, Mason.
All right, and next we have our culinary teacher, Ms. Langdon, to come up and talk about barbecue. One of my favorite things.
Hey everybody, thank you so much for having us here. I'm Breanne Langdon and I'm very honored to be able to present to you tonight 3 of our 4 team members. Our 4th team member had to work tonight, so I'm going to have them come up and then I'm going to say a few words about them. We're going to start with our captain, Maddie Hidalgo, Isabella Sanchez, and Elroy King III. Come on up, guys. As they make their way up, you'll see that Isabella is carrying a very large trophy. That is because we won state with our beans this year. So, We compete in 5 categories. First, you have to advance from a regional contest to be able to go to state. We competed in 2 regional contests this year. At our Mansfield contest, we were able to secure a spot to advance to state, and we placed second at regionals with our beans. Our 5 categories are beans, dessert, chicken, ribs, and brisket. And so at our Mansfield Regional, we placed second with beans, and we were able to secure a spot to go to state. But I wanted just to kind of give everybody a little bit of information about what barbecue is, because it's not just learning how to cook barbecue, right, guys? What are some other things that we learn? Fire management, teamwork, flavor profiles, math, time management, retail cuts of meat, food science. There's all kinds of things that you're learning. So it's not just, we're here to cook some brisket, which we're very good at as well. But yeah, for state this year, we actually won the bean contest. Maddie's Ribs had 14th overall. There were 86 teams at state. So it's stiff competition, you guys, and I was super, super proud of them to be able to see what they were able to do. I wasn't able to be at state because my sister got married the same day. So in true teamwork fashion, one of our other teachers, Coach John Allen, took them down, and he said it was a great gig because they did such a great job. All he had to do was sit there and watch and taste brisket and beans and everything else throughout the day. So we're super, super proud of them, and I am graduating this entire team. But I already have 2 or even 3 teams coming up in the wings, and they've done an amazing job of being mentors to those teams this year, and I am very much going to miss them. So, Elroy, Maddie, and Isabella.
And do we have any proud parents out there that get to taste this all the time?
And if you were on the square, they did a great job. You guys, they just had a fundraiser on the square where we got to try their food. So if they do it again, make sure and get tickets. It was fantastic. Very good. They did a great job.
If y'all didn't have a chance to go to Galilee on the Go on the square last week, you really missed it. They set up, and you could go ahead, and you reserved a lunch and have lunch out there. The weather was gorgeous, and the money is going to...
That was split between our culinary teams and our DECA group, which went to internationals earlier this school year. They're our business professional association. So we do that every year, or it's our second year to do it. And yeah, this was only our second year for our barbecue team. So
That's right.
Yeah, I'm really excited about what the future holds, but be on the lookout for a lot more fun things. And if you know any barbecue people that are awesome, we love having mentors. So.
There you go. Okay. Thank you so much. And can you tell we're at the end of the year? We have lots of achievement spotlight. The next one is UIL Academic Team Regional Qualifiers. Ms. Leatherman.
Good evening, and thank you for recognizing our UIL academic students this evening. In UIL Academics, we compete in multiple different events against all of the schools that are in our UIL district, which are the same as many of our sports. And so this year we finished as the district runner-up, but we advanced 23 students to the region competition at Texas Tech University in Lubbock. And I'm going to allow the individual coaches, because we specialize in an academic field, obviously we have to have multiple coaches. I obviously could not coach physics. So or accounting for that matter. I am the social studies coach and the coordinator, and so I will allow those individual coaches to introduce their students that qualified. We have a few students who could not be here this evening due to, I believe, a jazz band concert and some other events that were taking place. But I would like to begin with recognizing my social studies students, and then Cindy Jackson will recognize the science students, Tammy Bodine will recognize the accounting and spelling students, and once again, Ms. Jumper is going to recognize her computer students who all advanced. And we have a few others that I don't believe are here this evening that qualified for the region competition individually outside of the team. The thing that I was most proud about is we took our 4 large academic teams to region to compete, and that made me super proud to compete as a team and not just qualifying as individual students. But I will start with my social studies team led by our captain, Carter McKay. And our other senior, Megan Cummings. Annabelle Dykes. And our 4th team member is Skylar Mitchell. Have you seen Skylar? The social studies team finished 2nd at district, but then went to region and finished 3rd, beating Alito, who had beat us at district, which makes me super proud. Okay, and now Cindy Jackson with the science team. And Tammy Bodine and Angela Jumper, if y'all could come on and introduce your students.
Good evening. I'm Cindy Jackson. I'm the academic UIL coach. And it was funny how Cindy said, of course, I couldn't coach physics, and honestly, I can't coach physics either. The science team actually takes a village to coach because they compete in 3 different disciplines of physics, biology, and chemistry. I am the chemistry expert, and I have to beg, bribe, and plead other teachers to get with the kids to coach them. And Wade Green, who is our head physics teacher at the high school, went to region with us to help us out. And so I was very, very grateful for that. He's not here this evening. But without further ado, let me go ahead and call up my kids and bring them up. Kaylee Black is not here. She was the captain of the team. She's a senior, and she did an amazing job encouraging the team and just teaching them. When I wasn't present, she would teach them all things chemistry and just encourage them to grow and build their ability to do science and answer the really hard questions. Sully Brown is my other senior who is on the team. Gene Williams is the other one who qualified for region. He's a junior. And Connor Pearson, he's also my other junior. I'm very excited that these 2 will be coming back. The science team placed 2nd at district, and we were able to get to region on a wild card ticket. So we didn't think we were going after Ryder pretty much creamed us. We did cream Alito. I'll just put that in there as well. But we found out later on that we were going to region on a wild card ticket, and we were very excited. I was very, very proud of them. They continued to work hard, coming in after school, even with everything that they're involved in. And we competed against 8 other teams at region, and they defeated 6 district champions and brought home a 3rd place title. And I believe next is Tammy Bodine to introduce her teams.
Thank you so much for recognizing our UIL participants. As you mentioned earlier, our kids are involved. My 8 qualifiers are so involved. I only have 1 that's here tonight, but I'm still going to recognize them. Our accounting team placed first at district, and then we went on to regionals where we got runner-up. 3rd year runner-up. So who knows, maybe next year we'll be the one that moves on. My 2 captains are Alex Call and Lillian Welch. Also qualifying was Katie Funk and thank you, Griselda Landa. Sorry, I'm always forgetting a little something. Anyhow, I'm extremely proud of them. They come in every week to practice. Our UIL kids, they go and compete on Saturdays. While others are sleeping, we're up on a bus and we're headed to practice, or headed to our meet, so I'm incredibly proud of them. I'd also like to recognize my spelling team. I only have 1 person here. Daniel, will you come on up? Daniel placed at district. And he was part of our team that advanced, and we were 2nd runner-up in spelling. And I'm extremely proud of them. Our captain, Emily Dolan. Also, we had Mon Vagasia, and we also had Anna Snow. Those are my 2 newest people that joined us. I'm incredibly proud of them. Thank you so much for recognizing them. They do the hard work.
It's me again, and yes, these guys are very tired this time of year. But I'm going to bring them back up here. We compete in computer science and computer applications. Computer science is not computer programming, which is what they're in my class for every day. It's completely different. It's like learning French and saying you understand how to speak German. But these guys love it so much that they do it all. So we also compete in computer applications, which is more of your office applications, databases and manipulating queries and stuff like that. So for computer science, our regional qualifier was Zachary Leyland, who also infiltrated the ranks of Alito at district for the first time in the 6 years that I've coached this, and he's a sophomore. So watch out. His 2 teammates did very well also in computer science, but as a team we qualified in computer applications. Matthew Shute and Braden Seaborn, come on up. So Matthew, Zach, and Braden did both competitions as a team. So I think this is everybody who's here, right?
Are there any other UIL academic students that I may have, the writers? I don't think the writers were able to come and see.
Okay. Go around back. You guys go around back.
And while the picture's being taken, do we have any proud parents out there? Wave your hands. Thank you for what you do with your students.
Go ahead, guys.
really want to say how much I appreciate the teachers that use so much of their own time to make sure these kids are ready for these UIL competitions. It is a whole nother job, a whole nother full-time job, and you guys do a great job and you make us proud, so thank you so much. And next on our list is the dyslexia grant recipients.
Good evening. I'm Patty Parsons. For those of you who do not know me, I'm the Assistant Director for Special Education. Shelley Kurtzinger couldn't be here tonight, so I get this amazing opportunity. So thank you, trustees and Dr. Glenn, for putting us on the agenda tonight. So it is my absolute privilege to present the 2 GISD teachers who were selected as the recipients of the Dyslexia Grant Award. TEA realized that we have a big need in the state of Texas to increase our evaluation capability because of dyslexia. So they put out for a grant and we applied for that grant. So we were awarded the grant. We have funding for two teachers for tuition, books, and fees to become certified educational diagnosticians. So that will pay for their entire master's program. Wow. So this is amazing. So they're going to complete their master's over the next 2 years, and then they are agreeing that they will work for Granbury ISD in the capacity as educational diagnosticians for a minimum of 3 years. But they're going to love us so much, they're going to stay way longer. So our 2 recipients, it was a very tough competition. We have some amazing educators in our district. We had 24 applicants. Shelley Kurtzinger and I interviewed not quite all 24, but we really are proud of our choices. So first, may I present Melissa Black. Melissa is a 4th grade reading teacher at Bronner Elementary, and she was the Bronner Campus Teacher of the Year. In her interview, it was obvious that she is very passionate about educating children. She is also moving. She's been a general ed teacher previously. She worked in special education at the very beginning of the career, and she's moving back to become a special ed teacher for the 2 years while she's working on her master's. So, Melissa Black, congratulations. There you go. You can have it. Next, I want to introduce you to, excuse me as I fall, Lindsay McPherson. Lindsay is a 1st grade teacher at Oakwoods. She is a Granbury High School graduate, grow our own, and who has also had some special education experience working in the early childhood area. She has been recognized for leadership roles at Oakwoods, and next year she's going to be the intervention program specialist on her campus for 2 years. So thank you so much. Thank you. Do you want him to come around? Yeah.
This is such a fantastic opportunity, not only for these two educators, but for all the students that are going to be affected and helped because of what they're going to learn. So thank you, thank you, thank you for getting these grants. Okay, Mr. Jones, you get to talk about the LEAP Academy.
Thank you, Madam President. LEAP stands for Leadership Experiences for Aspiring Professionals. And so at this time, I'm going to have the cohort come forward at this time. Line up across from. Dr. Glenn actually started this LEAP program 3 years ago, and so this is our second cohort. And these are our bright stars of the future. They met every month before our board meeting with the principals and directors and worked very hard and learned from them. But like I said, we have a bright future, and many of them are already administrators or are becoming administrators. So Ms. Townsend's going to pass out our nice trophies that were made. So our first, Maggie Walton. You have to look for him. And Janice Mueller couldn't be here tonight. She had a family emergency, but she's not here, but we appreciate her and prayers for her and her family. Kelly Godai. Melissa McHugh. Denisa Mendel. Troy Volkman. Tiffany Pounds. Nuvia Veliquez. Angie Payne. Molly Wisenhunt. And Leslie Galeri. Congratulations to our 21-22 cohort. You graduated.
So don't do this correctly.
That was 1 hour. Okay, that is all of our achievement spotlights, but man, have we had a good year this year or what? All right, we are now ready for open forum and public comments. Same information I've given you each time. All speakers have completed a form that was handed in to Mr. Jones before we started our meeting tonight. The speakers, we have 13, so I'm going to have each speaker have 3 minutes, and we will have a timer set, and when you hear the little beep, 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 time to stop. Is it going to be a loud beep tonight? Okay. The board will not be able to answer any questions that the speaker asks. We will just listen politely. I ask the audience to please respect each speaker, and the board may ask a question of a speaker for clarification purposes. Our first person tonight will be Karen Lowry.
Dr. Glenn, school board members. In reading an article from the Texas Scorecard, I'm appalled that our tax dollars paid for one or more of the librarians in our independent school district to attend the Texas Library Association, the TLA conference, that celebrated hazardous sexual behaviors and defended offering sexually explicit books to students. TLA's conference also included sessions on promoting LGBT sexual behaviors and keeping controversial pornographic material on kids' school book shelves. TLA instructed librarians on how to teach young children to be fluent in the language and ideas of social justice. CRT, which states that individuals should be promoted or punished because of their skin, the color of their skin. I recently read libraries contain books. Books contain ideas. Ideas always have consequences, and bad ideas have victims. Believe it or not, there are some ideas that should never be made available to the people to act upon, in this case, allowing sexually explicit books in our school-age children's libraries. It appears under the school board's leadership, GSID is actively promoting sex instead of educating our children in critical things children are supposed to learn in school. If it is your intent to teach children knowledge, critical thinking, wisdom, and subjects basic to their success in education, then break your ties with the TLA. Set up a sound, transparent procedure for allowing books into the school library. Do not use our tax money to support the ideas of the TLA by allowing sexually explicit books into the library. The books the TLA want to keep on our children's school shelves are written by adults. Let that sink in. These books have explicitly written and described children having sex with teachers, sex with other children, fantasy books describing sexual acts. Tell us where you see the educational value of these books. As you are voting and discussing library policies and procedures tomorrow, think about your son or daughter, grandchildren, niece or nephew reading these books in our library. Bad ideas have victims. In the book of Matthew 18:6-7, Yeshua says, "But whoever causes one of these little ones who trust in me to stumble, it would be better for him to have a heavy millstone hung around his neck and to be sunk in the depth of the sea." Woe to the world because of snares, for snares must come. But woe to that man through whom the snares come. In the power of Yeshua's name, amen.
Thank you, Ms. Lowry. Next up will be Nancy Worcester.
Nancy Worcester, thank you. I've spent the last 30 years trying, through puppetry, music, and story, to teach children that bullying is wrong. Bullying, I say, is trying to prove that you're better than someone else with your words or actions. You're not better than someone else because of your color, shape, or size. You're not better than someone else because of where you live, or who you love, or where you go to church, or who your mom and dad voted for, because on the inside, we are the same. And now, 30 years later, I feel like I'm having to say that to adults. When I heard the superintendent say to librarians, "If you aren't conservative, you better hide it," I was appalled, but I was not surprised, because I've lived here for 45 years. I know how conservative this town is. I know the feeling of keeping my mouth shut at a church or a civic group because my opinion was in the minority. I know the feeling of being in a casual group where everyone simply assumes that you feel the same way politically. And if you dare to offer that minority opinion on human sexuality, race, politics, or religion, you must be prepared for the eye rolls and the pitying head shakes. But I will not be silent anymore. I will not hide anymore. There are people in this county now so emboldened by the fact that some of us are all hiding it, that it's now okay to silently and secretly ban books that we disagree with. Banning books that you disagree with is a cowardly bullying maneuver. When you ban books because they further a different opinion than yours on race relations, human sexuality, or anything else, you're saying, I'm right, you're wrong, your opinion doesn't count, and that makes you a bully. So what happens when we ban books because we disagree with them, based on our ideas of race, religion, politics, or sexuality? We create the other. And what happens when we stop seeing the other as just as human as we are? Matthew Shepard, Pulse Nightclub, Charleston, Buffalo. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Mark Lowry.
My name's Mark Lowry. School Board, Dr. Glenn. It's clear tonight we have tremendous success in this school district. It's also quite apparent to us now that there's a cancer growing in the school district. And while some of you sit in your chairs, you've allowed that cancer to grow in this school district, and now you have an opportunity to eradicate it. If you read the book material, this is not about division, about people's thoughts. This is sexual pornographic books. Dr. Glenn, I had the privilege of listening to you this past Saturday. What a tremendous story. I encourage you to talk about the miracle you experienced with your own family. I encourage you to continue to share that story for as long as you can, because it truly identifies there's a God and there's miracles out there. You won't know until you're in heaven why you got that miracle, but we know God could have changed the circumstances that just as easy as he gave you that miracle. I think that he's encouraged you and strengthened your faith through that miracle. And now, as a time such as this, I ask each of the school board members to seriously search their soul and look at this material that's present to our children. It's sex with teacher, it's bestiality, it's pornography. Simply put, it's sexually explicit material to underage children, and this should not be in our school district, period. What I encourage the school board to do is tomorrow morning direct the principals and the librarians to remove these books. I know you'll say the libraries are shut down. That's probably an end-of-year audit, so books aren't out all summer. I don't know. Take the books off the shelf, don't ban them, put them in a box, seal them, and lock them up until you can establish a legitimate book review committee. The school board needs to define what is sexually explicit material, pornography, age-inappropriate material. Define that for GISD. I understand here in the agenda you have something out of the TF local. It still puts the responsibility, according to this, on one person in GISD. If that person's bad, the system remains the same. I encourage you, take the books off the shelf. Define the terms of what you don't want in there. Do a legitimate book audit. If it wasn't for Monica Brown and my wife, we wouldn't even know the danger of these books in this school library, because the first review was a fraud. Then do an audit on the school library, because there was more books that weren't in the original list of 133. More egregious than the books that they actually did this hypothetical review on. And the librarian or whoever had the authority to put these books on the library, that needs to be investigated. And it needs to be determined whether that employee under the HR guidelines is still worthy of being a GISD employee. What I leave you with is this. Have the courage. In Ephesians 6, it says, stand up, stand firm 3 times. Have the courage. When you feel fearful, look also to the Bible. Cast your cares to the Lord. He will sustain the righteous. He will never let them fall. The bloodthirsty, deceitful man will perish, but I trust in the Lord. Trust in him. He'll protect you. This is the righteous way to go. Get this pornographic stuff out of our libraries. Thank you.
Next, we have Martin Seaborn.
I'll try not even take 3 minutes. Just as a parent, I just wanted to give my thanks to all the teachers. My wife and I, we moved out here when my son was starting elementary. And the gratitude that I have for the teachers and the other students, I appreciate so much. I think this is a wonderful school district. We moved for the Metroplex. And I thank God every day for being here. And I want to thank Dr. Glenn, did a prepared for college, and he helped us a lot and reached out to us, and we'll get back with you. But I want to thank everyone on the school board for everything you do. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Seaborn. And next we have Tammy Kerr-Luna. Oh, okay. Next up will be Dave Eagle.
I'm not going to talk about the books. I wasn't even sure I was going to say anything, but I will. Just want to throw my 2 cents in on the homeschoolers participating in UIL. And I think they should be allowed to compete in public sports in Texas. Article 7, Section 1 of the Texas Constitution says that the state should make suitable provision for support and maintenance of an efficient system of public free schools. And there's some legal arguments that have been advanced, not in Texas yet, about denying homeschool students the right to, or the chance to participate in public school sports. One of them is a due process argument, and there's also an equal protection argument. Both of those arguments have not been advanced in Texas, but they probably will be if the school board chooses to not look into this seriously. I know it's been argued that public schools have limited resources and homeschoolers could take away from that, but I'd argue that's absolutely not true. Families of homeschoolers are still paying taxes. So not only are they paying for public school, but they're paying to homeschool their kids. So they're paying for school, but their kids aren't in there. So they're providing extra resources for the schools. Many homeschool parents do so for religious reasons. They don't want to have their kids in public schools for religious reasons, and I think that's a legitimate reason, but they would like to get their kids into sports. So being able to participate in sports, I think, is a very important part of our entire community. And so I would point out that one of the main detractors from having homeschoolers participate in public school sports is the Texas High School Coaches Association. And they have the High School Association actually has a written code of ethics. And one of them, and I know the time's running short, but item number 2 under Article 3, coaches' responsibilities to the players. The coach must remember that she is a living example for all boys and girls in the school's community. I said all. That's in their own code. And we hear these terms, inclusive, diversity, all the time by certain folks, and yet, buzzwords actually, and it's like, why don't we want to include these kids in the sports systems? So anyway, I'm urging you guys to take a close look at it. You work for the taxpayers. And I appreciate everything the coaches do and the faculty does, absolutely. But you also work for the taxpayers, and a lot of them are homeschooling their kids. So why don't you let them play ball? Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Eagle. Next up, we have Harrison Funk.
Okay. I would like to, I'm going to be talking about the book issue. I'd like to say that the board has done plenty of great things for this community, and I'm not going to detract from those. This is an issue where this has been a very continued lapse in judgment. I'd like to call the board and superintendent's attention the case of Minar-Serini versus Strongsville City School District, when an Ohio school board voted to remove Catch-22 and 2 Kurt Vonnegut books from their curriculum and libraries. They were sued by parents for violating the students' First Amendment rights. The Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled that school boards could remove books from a school curriculum, but could not remove from the library, citing First Amendment concerns I'm sure you're all familiar with. While the TEA's new guidelines and Governor Abbott's directive set up a process for the removal of books, I would hope you would stand up to something that violates the primary Supreme Court case concerning book removals, Board of Education, Island Trees Union Free School District versus PICO. Removing a book like This Book is Gay tells every queer student in Granbury ISD that, despite what we say about promoting a safe learning environment where all students are valued, they really aren't. When has having a book in a library meant endorsing its content? A queer sex ed book is too explicit for high schoolers, but a book with an extremely violent gang rape in the classics section is untouchable. This is a conservative community, and despite talking about how the other side has tried to politicize this issue, Dr. Glenn and the school board have made this a political issue to coast to another term as superintendent and board members. When a student questioning their sexuality or gender identity, whether you agree with it or not, is looking for resources about it, you have removed a safe resource to cover yourselves and enhance your political viability. It makes me sick to think that I cannot trust those put in place to be leaders in my school district to be anything other than cowards. Instead of standing for what's right, you stand for political expedience. Sleep well like I know you will.
Thank you, Mr. Funk. And next we have June Mearns. Am I pronouncing that right?
Close.
Okay.
It's June Mearns.
Mearns, okay.
Very, very close. But first of all, what a fantastic night to be here to celebrate the accomplishments and hard work of those young people that we saw. That's what this is all about, the concern for the students. So first of all, thanks to all the many teachers and educators and things that are behind that, because that's what all the hard work's for. I come from a long line of family of educators. It's tiring, it's hard work, a lot of not huge pay. So that's something you have to be called to do. And so I applaud those people that step up for that. And I heard there were some book issues. So I volunteered to read. Give me one of these books to read. And the code was to look for things that are age inappropriate or sexual explicit. And the form that the Granbury ISD has gives great detail instructions. And one of the things here, it says, you must read the book in its entirety and sign the form at the bottom. Okay, so I began this book. And I can tell you by page 20, this book should not be in a student library. This is adult material. Now, I will push myself to finish reading this because I'm not going to sign anything with my name on it with a description that y'all say age inappropriate or sexually explicit. I hope you can change this form to us being able just to find some material in them. But I'll finish reading it. And when I turn this report in, this review, and on this book, I want to be handed the review signed by someone who read that book, who put it into our libraries, who said it is age appropriate, who said it is sexually in line for it, and it supports our curriculum. Because from reading what I've read, I can't see how this would support any curriculum that a good, hardworking teacher who has put so many hours in those students that we saw tonight, I can't see that. So when I turn mine in, I want the form with the name of who read it to put it in that library. I looked for the motto or your mission statement, and I couldn't find it, but I did find some great bios. Dr. Glenn, you have an amazing line of education. You are prepared for this position. There is no doubt about it. And the fact that you co-authored a book for daily devotionals, if you knew this book was in your library for these students, I don't see how you would know to keep it in there. We come to points in our lives that are pivotal decisions. When we come face to face with something, and when we finally, I'm so sorry, when we come to those pivotal moments, we have to make a decision on who we are, but more importantly, whose we are. Because you will not be judged by us here. One day you will be judged, and I don't want this held against you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mons. Next, we have Greg Harrell.
Members of the Board of Trustees, Dr. Glenn, good evening. I know that each of you sit in a very difficult position, and many times as you gather in this setting, I know that it's a very thankless job that you do, and you probably wonder from time to time, why did I ever step into this role? For sure. But I just want to say before I start my comments, thanks to each and every one of you for what you do. Thank you for your service. We appreciate it. One of the things that I'm sure that you do find thankful and that is a positive about your job is what we just saw here this evening as we went through the achievements of the students. Mm-hmm. Certainly that's got to be gratifying to each and every one of you as you shake the hands of those kids that have done so well and really taken up their time to do things that are above and beyond what a normal student does. So I appreciate what we saw this evening. And having said that, what I rise to speak about tonight is I would like for you, as you take up the item or the issue of including homeschooled kids in extracurricular activities here in the GISD programs, I would urge you to please include these homeschoolers. Give them the same opportunity to rise to the occasion, just like we saw these kids tonight. As a matter of fact, as I look at these photographs that line this room, you can readily see that all but save 2 of the photographs are kids that are involved in extracurricular activities. These are the things that we remember about our school days. So as you take up this item, I would just urge you to please allow the homeschool kids access to the GISD programs. And thank you once again.
Thank you, Mr. Harrell. Next, we have Sherry Johnson.
Good evening. My name is Sherry Johnson. I was here last month to speak against book banning, and here I am again. I really learned a lot by listening to some of the previous speakers. I taught in public school for almost 30 years, and I never once in my entire life came across any books like the ones y'all are talking about, bestiality and sex with teachers. Nope, never saw anything like that, and I doubt if any of these kids on the wall have ever seen them either. We did read things like Harry Potter And in 2014, a study of elementary and high school students found that children became more empathetic toward LGBTQ folks, immigrants, and refugees after reading Harry Potter. Harry Potter, a story of a child who's different from his peers. I remember that even back in the 90s, when I was reading that book to my fourth grade students, there were people who thought that Harry Potter glorified witchcraft and should be banned. All I know is that I read Harry Potter to my kids and they loved it. Everyone loved Harry Potter. And as far as I know, none of them have become Satan worshipers, at least not that I know of. As human beings, we develop fear and anxiety around the things we don't know or understand. Books can be a gateway for fostering acceptance, empathy, and appreciation for others. Books can provide representation to children who come from or identify with marginalized communities. This highlights why educators often talk about books in the classroom serving two purposes. One, some are mirrors, while others are windows. Mirrors are books in which readers see themselves represented meaningfully. Windows are books that show the reader the perspective and experiences different from their own. We all need and deserve to have access to both types of books. Banning books that marginalize people and deal with difficult topics shuts those windows and smashes the mirrors. Banning books can stunt children's curiosity about the world and other people, which is why most educators believe schools have the opportunity and the responsibility to serve as a resource center and sanctuary for students. Many of them don't have the resources, one way or another, to buy books or to find them at the public library. Exposing children to books that serve as windows and mirrors encourages them to seek out more of their own so they can keep reading and learning about themselves, others, history, and the world outside their home. What do we achieve by insulating our kids from uncomfortable truths? And I'm not talking about explicit sexual behavior, because I've never seen that in any children's library books. Okay, I'll just say, please reconsider any sort of book banning. I believe it endangers tolerance, free expression, and democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Next, we have Craig Mayberry.
All right. Greetings, board members, and Dr. Glenn. These past few months have been very especially trying for you and your families because you've been receiving a lot of backlash and pressure from a very, very vocal minority in this community. And I just want to let you know that I, as well as many others in this community, support this endeavor. Said backlash can be found by looking back no more than the March school board meeting, where Susan Woods described herself most notably as a child's protective worker and therapist. She thanked the board for introducing her to Out of Darkness and made the claim that, I'm told it's pornographic, but doesn't meet that criteria in any way. She then accuses the school board members of taking the book out of context. Okay, can please someone educate me on what the proper context is for a children's protective worker and therapist, and take her out back, boys, put your hands on her titties, put it in a cornhole. Last month's meeting in April showed Ms. Adrienne Martin following in perfect cadence with the radical woke left when it finds its motives threatened. That is, you throw out a couple of red herrings to distract from the conversation at hand and replace it with emotional drivel. She implies somehow that by not examining the contents of any of the books and returning the ones that have been removed, that somehow the perceived bullying of children, of kids who identify as LGBTQ and other marginalized people will magically vanish. Is that what GISD is doing? Targeting and personally going after each kid who identifies as LGBT? Well, of course not. But are we going after the hardcore LGBT agenda that is militantly grooming and going after all the children that can get its slimy tentacles wrapped around regardless of grade level? The answer is an unapologetic, you damn right we are. Are we going after those who wish to try to manipulate and indoctrinate our youngest and most vulnerable minds through drag queen story time that boys can be girls and girls can be boys and that men can give birth, and all the while never answering the question, what is a woman? Yep, yes we are. And the way to do that is the same as any other conventional war, and that is you first start by cutting off the energy and the fuel to the enemy. And in this case, the fuel in the LGBT agenda is the rapid acceptance and normalization and celebration of pornography, because God knows that common sense and good science won't get that agenda very far. Folks, we need to return to reading, writing, and arithmetic. We need to be teaching the ABCs and 1, 2, 3s and not the LGBTs. Despite the honest and sincere and hardworking teachers and staff who try to do their best, the public school system at large in this nation has been transformed from a place of learning to a place of creating mindless political activists pushing an agenda they know nothing about. With this porn on the shelves and the high school being left as it is, it will make its way to the lower grades to be foisted upon the unsuspecting pure minds of small children. And folks, do not be deceived for one moment. For those parents and teachers who dare question this tack, the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Police will be present to enforce compliance by hijacking the strong arm of the law. The LGBT translation, you will see it our way, or we will hurt you. That's what we call tolerance. And those who shout tolerance are the most intolerant of all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayberry. Melinda Jo Ray.
Dr. Graham, members of the board, I want to thank you for letting me address you today. There's an old Arab curse that says, may you live in interesting times. And, it sounds rather innocuous, but I think we live in interesting times. And sometimes those times are very hard to navigate through. There are lots of people in our nation from all different walks of life who feel very strongly about various issues, many of them on all sides for good reasons. And I think sometimes when we're in the public forum and when we're in leadership positions, it's important for us to take a step back and remember why we're here. I was a school librarian for 30 years. 20 of those were here in Granbury ISD. Mm-hmm. I was also assistant technology coordinator. I was also UIL coordinator for the middle schools. I was also, on occasion, AV repair person, and various things, as we all who are in the business do, whatever it takes to get the job done for the kids, because that's why we're here. We're here for the kids. And we're not here for just one kind of kid. We're not here for just one income level of kid or one race of kids or one religion of kids or even one nationality of kids, because now we have foreign exchange students who come to our schools. And so we need to remember our job as educators and our job as a community is to love these kids. That's what we're here for. And if you love these kids, that means that there's not going to be any kid who feels persecuted. There's not going to be any kid who feels like that because they're different, they're a bad person or they don't count. There's not going to be any kid who's disabled like I was, who nobody cares if the kids laugh at them or call them names. There's going to be teachers and administrators who every day spend their time putting themselves and their kids on the front line to try to make things as good as they can get them for those kids in the hours of the day that they have them. And so surely to goodness, if all of us put the kids first, if all of us, irregardless of our political point of view, of our background, of our beliefs on certain issues and so forth, if we put loving these kids first, then we will have done what I believed my entire career God had called me to do.
Thank you, Ms. Ray.
And I think that we can take a lesson from history, since history is one of my themes. When Granbury first started, there were 3 men who really started public education in Granbury. E.A. Hannaford, Jesse Franklin Nutt, and A.P. Gordon. One of those men was a blind man. He was a handicapped man.
Ms. Ray, I'm sorry, but your 3 minutes are up.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Jerry Doherty. I hope I pronounced that properly.
It's close enough. It's been mispronounced by everybody in the world, so.
I'm in good company then.
Board members, Mr. Superintendent, I come here tonight as a person who is a retired Texas educator of 35 years. And what brought me here was how distressed I was when I began to hear and read some of the material that were found in the libraries and the classrooms of Granbury ISD, a district that I've lived in for 30 years now. And so I want to address the board first of all. It hasn't been that long ago that this board was struggling with how to protect the physical safety of the students. And y'all went to work and you did the job. You made some hard decisions about how to allocate resources and how to take care to make sure that these students were physically safe in the classrooms in Granbury ISD. Today, you are confronted with a similar problem because what we have at threat right now is the mental health of the students in Granbury ISD. These topics in these books distort human sexuality, they demean women, and they run the threat of hurting the mental health of the students that we're charged here with the responsibility of taking care of. I contend that you have, as a board, already at your disposal in your own policies that you have adopted, the legal authority to get these materials out of the school without having to go through all of these bureaucratic maneuvers that people are being required to do. EF Legal says that if it is perversely vulgar, if it is educationally unsuitable, you have the authority. In fact, EF Local says the board has the ultimate responsibility for getting these materials out of the circulation in the school. Now, I don't know but a couple of you personally that are on the board, but I'm going to assume that all of you know what to do, and that is to do what is right by the students of this school district. And if you're having difficulty making some kind of decision as to whether this is the right thing to do or not, I would encourage you to resign your seat so that someone with greater discernment can be placed in that seat. Now, Dr. Glenn, I want to address you for just a moment, because not only is there a need to protect the students, but I think you have a responsibility as well to protect your staff. And this particular issue is not just an educational issue. It is a legal issue. The Texas Penal Code, Title IX, Chapter 43, makes it a criminal offense to distribute this kind of material to anybody under the age of 18, and that is a felony offense. So encourage you to take that into consideration as you decide what to do or not to do about this situation. And while you're looking into the books in the library, I would suggest you take a quick look at what's going on as far as the poetry reading and the prose reading and the dramatic interpretation things that are being done at UIL events, because I've been a judge for the last 10 years at those activities prior to COVID, and some of the filthiest stuff that I've ever heard in my life is being read by high school students. So I'll conclude with just one final comment. There are those, and some of them are in this room, that want to make this a free speech issue or a censorship issue. And I'm here to tell you that even the most ardent advocate for free speech has always adhered to the philosophy that you cannot yell fire in a crowded theater. And I'm telling you that these materials are yelling fire in the most crowded theater in this city, and that's in the classrooms of Granbury ISD. And we need to get them out and put the fire out.
Thank you, sir. And our last comment tonight will be from Monica Brown.
Thank you for having me, all of you. I moved to Granbury in 2020, and I really hope it stands up to the reputation it had when I came. The word I have on my heart is repentance, just to think about that as adults, that not all of us had a hand in what's happened here, but we are the ones who are present to solve the issues. Anyone, the lady who spoke earlier, who said she's never seen any of these books, GranburyTexasBooks.org, and you will get an eyeful. The last book I read was 600 plus pages, and it was a whipping for poor quality, number one, but also sexual content that, anyway, it was stupid. I'm sorry. I don't know how else to describe it, and I'm sorry that someone pilfered it on our children. So you need to understand it is a far bigger problem than you realize. And you also, Dr. Glenn, realize you have educators just like that one, just like this one. And I'm sorry to point fingers, but we have librarians who are misunderstanding what is healthy and good for children. We are not talking about public libraries. No one's even talking about Hood County Library. We're talking about student libraries. We're talking about graphic, inappropriate material for children as young as age 11. We have teachers in this district who are reading it out loud and delighting in it and teaching children to do the same. And really, I challenge all of you to figure out what you're afraid of and conquer that. And the man who just spoke mentioned this being a felony. I believe that's accurate. And we need you to stand up and do something. You put us through hoops, and really unfair to me and to Karen to document this. You have leaders in your system that were on the school board, the book review committee, principals, Teacher of the Year award winners who, just like that, put it back, didn't bother to look, and when we brought it up that there was explicit content and we described it, which was really difficult to do, something we never imagined we'd be doing, and they still put it back. So you have people who are supposed to be gatekeepers for children and for student libraries who are handing it to them and purchasing it with our dollars. So repentance is the word that's on my heart. Pastor Mary Cardin could not be here tonight. What she wanted was to plead for communication from you to us so we understand what you're doing and what you're thinking. And also, I know the new policy may have more librarians and independent school district employees on those committees, and I feel like that's already headed in the wrong direction to have too many of them. I think you ought to have people of good moral standards people in the community that maybe even are voted on, pastors like Paul Duncan. He would never steer you wrong, and he'll put you in a safety zone with your books. You don't have to have these ultra-controversial books in your library. And literally, you have thousands of books. So what harm is it to let go of some of them? And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. All right, that ends public comments, and we are going to move forward with consideration of the consent agenda items. Are there any items under that any board member would like to pull out?
Just some comments, Madam President. Want to give a shout out to the Daughters of the American Revolution for donating $1,202.07 to the MJROTC. It's obvious that that group does well and is good for kids, and we appreciate that. To Kyle Woods at State Farm for donating $2,000 to Bacchus for their color run, and to First National Bank for our donation of $291 to Acton Elementary for their transportation to Langdon Ranch. A total this month of almost $1,700 that the community has donated to activities for our students. You see any of those folks, or if you happen to patronize any of them, please tell them thank you.
I would like to, if we could pull out item number 6, first review of Representative Patterson's pledge regarding district vendors to discuss. Is that something
Yes, ma'am.
that I can make a statement on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I had some time to think about this weekend, and so I would like for us to consider discussing partnering with other local districts and the legislature to implement policies that would prevent sexually explicit books from getting into the hands of our children. I do recognize that we will be discussing stricter policies going forward handed down from the TEA, but it would be nice to have an extra layer of protection and to also support the other districts and 27 state House representatives that have signed on to this pledge. I believe the majority of our taxpayers and community would also appreciate us taking this proactive stance. Pledge states that we will not knowingly partner with, purchase from, or associate with in any way a vendor who has supplied pornographic materials to schools and not allow pornographic materials to remain on campus. I believe we have both seen and heard from our last 3 or 2 meetings, the majority of our community does want us to adopt strong policies that clearly define procedures and processes related to our library materials. The public has asked us to make a plan, communicate that plan, and work on that plan. And I believe that signing this pledge is a step in the right direction. In signing this pledge, we're taking a stand against such vendors, and hopefully, because of this stand, the vendors will have to adjust. The availability of pornography, I believe, has no place in our schools. When our children have access to sexually obscene books in school, it removes the parents' rights. And we must always remember that the child belongs to the parents, and parental rights always need to be protected. These materials are damaging to our youth, and we play a very pertinent part in protecting our children's innocence. I have been in contact with House Rep. Jared Patterson's Chief of Staff, Jeffrey Waldock, and he is working on defining and detailing the language of what exactly they define as obscene books, and I've also requested a list of known vendors that they know sell these types of books so that we can be fully aware of which specific vendors we need to avoid.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any other comments they want to make on that at this time?
The language is a little concerning. It's very vague in the letter. I think there's absolutely nothing wrong with aligning with these people, but the language is so vague that I think we need to drill down and get that language a lot tighter so that we know exactly. I mean, the main comment was to associate in any way. Well, for all of us on this board right now, there's no way we can know what every single vendor, and that's not just books, that's all materials that we look at as a school district. So I just think I would like to have that language, and as Melanie said, they're working on correcting that. So that's what I would like to see before we sign off on anything. And I know we're working on our own policy, and I think that is, we definitely have heard our community. So with our own policy, we need to hear that. We need to create a policy that fits our district with the correct wording, that we're not extremely vague on.
I would agree, and I appreciate you reaching out to Rep. Patterson and trying to get some more clear definition on this, because the way it's worded right now, there's no way we could categorically go through everything we've ever purchased and know if it ever included anything like that. So it's having that more clearly defined, moving forward, and having a statement that fits our district, I think would work really well.
I would also like to add that when we do come up with the pledge that we will take, that we also include what our policy is going to be, so it will be very clear and transparent to everybody in the community as well.
Yeah, I appreciate Ms. Kraft for bringing that forward, and the good news is I think both our State Representative Shelby Slauson and our State Senator Brian Birdwell have our backs on this, so just as Dr. McDonald said, I look forward to a little more. We want to be even more specific than the Patterson pledge. It's a good one. I like it. I'd sign it, but we just need a little more definition. So I look forward to it. Thank you.
Any more discussion on that particular one? Thank you for bringing that up, Ms. Graff. Is there any other item under consent agenda items that would like to be discussed?
Madam President, I just move that we accept the consent agenda items as presented.
I second it.
Motion made by Mr. Jackson, seconded by Dr. Harrington. All those in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? 7-0. Okay, we're going to move on to consider and possibly approve an amendment regarding the purchase of real property by the district consisting of 74.355 acres, more or less, consisting in parts of our merit survey, abstract number 355, the S. Heron survey, abstract 687, the BBB and CRR company survey, abstract number 74, and abstract number 75, situated in Hood County, Texas, located at 4734 Acton Highway. Dr. Glenn.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, trustees. You have before you tonight an amendment to purchase of real property. Specifically, this is a 1-acre tract located adjacent Acton Middle School. The title of the property was not conveyed to the current owner of the 74-acre tract. It is still in her grandfather's name, who is deceased, along with her father, who it would have fell to afterwards. So that is being worked out with the title company, and so if you, it is your desire as a board to move forward with the purchase of this property, that will have to be billed out in a second agenda item at a later date.
Any comments or a motion?
I'd definitely like to speak into the property in general. And I know when I was here in high school in the late 70s, we had board members who purchased property that we are now able to use. A good example is Acton Elementary. And at the time, when the property was purchased, way back then, I know I'm old, they were getting a lot of heat for that. But we're so glad now that they were forward-thinking 5, 10, 20 years down the road, so that we have property to build schools as our community grows. And it is growing. We all know that. I mean, you can walk down the street, go to the square, and you can find people from a whole lot of different states moving here, and it's not slowing down. We're seeing no signs of it slowing down. So I think it is one of our charges as trustees to be looking at property, and we heard the voters. We heard the voters in this last bond election. We heard you loud and clear. But buying property is a different matter entirely. We are charged with that. We are charged with sitting here thinking about school boards who will be here after we are. And so, as Mark Twain said, they're not making any more land. And it is getting tighter and tighter. For any of you who've tried to buy property recently, you know this to be true. So I think it's very important that we are forward-thinking, that we are looking to find property that's available that can help our district grow when we're ready to grow, because we are growing, and we can't ignore that. So I think it's just really, really important that we continue to identify and secure land necessary for long-range future growth of our school district.
And to be clear, on Dr. McDonald's comments, the funds being used to purchase the property are designated fund balance. So essentially, if you think of every year the district receives money, and our board has been good stewards of that money, they continue to save that money into a savings account, and then out of that savings account, they designate a portion of funds for future land purchases. So not going out for any type of note or anything like that. It is money that was designated specifically by the Board of Trustees for future land purchases.
One more thing, I think it's important that we've heard the voters, but we've also heard a lot of comments that, well, they were bold going ahead and buying that property. And again, I feel like it's so important to say we needed to buy that property probably 5 years ago. Whether we need it right now or not, we're going to need it at some point. We've got transportation and bus barn issues. It's not just all about schools. We need places to store materials. So there's a lot of things to consider. So I just think that is something for everyone to understand, that aspect.
Okay, at this time, are there any more comments? If not, I would like a motion.
I'll make the motion to amend the purchase of the real property as presented.
I'll second. Okay, the motion was made by Dr. McDonald. It was seconded by Ms. Gore. All those in favor, raise your hand. And that came 7-0. All right, next. Consider approval of Bronner Elementary job order contract for music classroom renovation and repair. Mr. Whitefield.
Thank you, Madam President. Trustees, before you have an item for the conversion or minor renovations for conversion of music practice rooms into a classroom on the Bronner campus. Of the 6 available ways to do this, the job order contract, administration believes that this is going to be the most cost-effective and easiest way to make this minor renovation this summer. And it is administration's recommendation that the board approve the job order contract for the renovation of this room in the price range of $130,862.
And exactly what is this going to give Bronner?
It's going to give them a classroom where their practice rooms are, where the band practice rooms, music practice rooms were. It'll convert it into a classroom so that it'll be on the northeast side, I believe.
Yeah, so
one or 2 classrooms, sorry.
I believe this is just going to create one classroom.
I believe it's going to be one classroom. Is Ms. Ross?
So there is, so currently what you have at Bronner, you have a campus that we've had to add portable buildings to. It's a campus that was originally a middle school. Last year we came through and we created 10 classrooms by converting all of the old athletic locker rooms into, I guess, what would be kindergarten, first grade rooms, mostly kindergarten probably. And now what you have is an old band hall. If you're familiar with what a band hall looks like, lots of practice rooms, so real small, probably 6x6, 8x8 rooms, and a lot of them. And so those walls have to be knocked out. You're going to have to, I'm sure, do work up in the ceiling and convert all of that space. So possibly maybe you get 2 classrooms out of it, or for sure 1 large classroom. But long term for the building itself, you're talking about making better use of space. And then also when you consider the price of a portable building, which would yield you 2 classrooms, but you're still going to be looking in that same neighborhood of that $100,000 plus, and you're not building yourself anything that's going to be permanent. So again, we're trying to make use of available space inside of our buildings because that gives our kids the most safe and secure learning environment.
Very good. Any other questions? Do I hear a motion?
Sure, Madam President, lost my place. I move that we approve the renovations at the Bronner Elementary School of the music classroom.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Motion is made by Mr. Moore, seconded by Ms. Graft. All those in favor, raise your hand. No opposed, 7-0. Okay, next, consider substitute pay incentive. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Madam President. In the past, we've tried many things to increase our substitute fill rate, and it's gone back and forth, but at one point we were at 89, 90%, and since then it has dropped to 69%, I think, with some effects of COVID and other things. But we have Jennifer Yonkin to thank for this incentive. We plan to keep our current pay rate, and then after 15 days, which is the minimum that a substitute has to work, they will go to 105 each day from then on for the rest of the year. So we're hoping, we always have a nucleus of substitutes, but we're hoping this incentive will bring in some of those outside subs that will work a little bit more and reach that 105 and to increase our fill rate.
So is that like they work a couple days one week, and then next week they work a couple more days, and then eventually they get up to 15 days?
Yes, ma'am.
In a school year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Mr. Jones, I have a question. Since we obviously don't have enough days left this year to fulfill this, are you proposing this for next school year?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And that 105 would put us at the highest paying in the area for subs.
Yes, sir.
So,
Madam President, I move that we approve the substitute incentive pay as presented.
I'll second.
Motion made by Dr. Harrington, seconded by Mr. Moore. All those in favor, raise your hand. 7-0. Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. Moving on, discuss and consider policy and/or procedures regarding HB 547. And the presenter, Ms. Chad Cheesy and Alan Thorpe.
Madam President, as Coach Cheesy and Coach Thorpe make their way, I just want to remind everyone, we had a discussion item on this last board meeting, and the board requested to get coaches' input. So a survey was sent out for UL coaches and directors. That included fine arts, UL academics, everyone at the secondary level that participates in UL activities. And I appreciate Coach Cheesy and Coach Thorpe presenting tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Dawson. I'm Coach Cheesy, this is Coach Thorpe, and we're simply here to present the results of the survey that was sent out to our school employees. We first want to thank you, the board, for giving us a voice in this decision. As we know, it's a tough one, but we appreciate you reaching out to the people that are already employed by your school district on their feelings. So as Mr. Dawson alluded to, 70 people responded to the survey. Of the 70 that responded, 47 were athletic coaches, 10 were fine arts teachers or directors, 9 were UIL academic coaches, and 4 were UIL program directors, to make up the total of 70. The results, which you were given a packet, but so that the audience knows, the results came back as the following. 8.6%, or 6 people, voted that they were for this and open to the opportunity of allowing non-enrolled students to participate in extracurricular activities. 17.1%, or 12 people, said they were on the fence. They could support the decision either way. 74.3%, or 52 people, opposed to allow non-enrolled students to participate in extracurricular activities. There were also an option for comments. Those comments were given to the board, and I will not repeat all of those as we would be here a while. But people in our district certainly let their opinions and their feelings be known. Within those comments, there were some themes, some statements made that you continually saw and read throughout the comments. Coach Thorpe and I went through and grouped those into different areas, and I'll share with you 4 of those themes that we came across. Regarding academics, will the academic accountability and the academic standards for homeschool students be equal to what the public school student endures on a daily basis? The second one, many of the responses feel that team culture and camaraderie play a major role in their programs. They also feel this is built not only in athletics or on the stage or in the band hall, but in everyday classrooms, the cafeteria, and hallways. How will the homeschool athlete or student affect the current team culture? The fourth, public school students must go through the daily grind of 6 academic classes, an extracurricular class, a quest class, in addition to performing for the club, organization, or team before or after school. How does this daily grind compare to what the homeschool student goes through on a daily basis? And the last, teachers, coaches, and instructors take pride in getting their required teaching certification and in the delivery of their classroom instruction. They also take pride in teaching students in their extracurricular activities. They feel that these are equally important and would like to see the same students attend both settings. We are currently a 5A school district based off our enrollment. There are 21 total schools in the state of Texas that currently allow non-enrolled students to participate in extracurricular activities. In the 5A division alone, there are 253 schools. 2 allow non-enrolled students to participate in extracurricular activities. In the 6A classification, which we're headed toward quickly, there are 246 schools in the state of Texas, and again, 2 allow non-enrolled students to participate in extracurricular activities. The results from the GISD employees and the stats from the state are simply for you to know. No other reason, we're just here to present the data to you. When reaching out to some of these schools, Coach Butler asked for their policies. So if in fact you went forward with this, we will have something to have a guideline. Of the schools that have homeschool students participate, many of them do not have their own policy. They'll cite things as too many questions, too many loopholes, and they really don't want to put themselves out there with a policy. So they just don't have one. We were able to obtain a few, and those were put in your packet. So at this time, we want you as the board to know that we're here to work with you in whatever decision that the board decides is best for GISD. At this point, we will answer any questions you might have. if we have the answer. Thanks again for allowing us to present the results from our district.
I have a question. Are you guys aware of, you talked about socialization of homeschool children. So are you aware of what percentage of homeschool children engage in outside of activities outside of their homes and how many? Have you looked into any research to see or talked to any of those families as far as what extracurricular activities they might already do?
No, ma'am, I'm sure they participate in activities. And again, we're just presenting the information from our colleagues. As many know, extracurricular activities drive a bunch of students. And so it wouldn't shock me that homeschool students are certainly involved in activities outside of academic classes. Coach?
I mean, I would think that they would participate. I know there's activities out there that they do participate in. I have not done the study to find out the number that do that. I think that's what you're asking.
Yeah, it's something I looked at, and you made a good point as to the high school kids and what would it be like if, with them mingling with the homeschool children. So I did look it up, and 98% of homeschool students engage in an average of 5 activities outside of their homes. They have high community and civic involvement, things like field trips, scouting, 4-H, political drives, church ministry, sports team, community volunteer work. So they have many opportunities for social interaction beyond the classroom. And that research also shows that they're typically above average in social emotional learning development as well. And that research included peer interaction, self-concept, leadership skills, family cohesion, participation in community service, self-esteem. And because of those extracurricular activities that they participate in, they're already mingling with a lot of the public school kiddos. Thank you.
I had a question about the UIL realignment snapshot. There's still conflicting info on there on whether they do count or they don't count.
Yes, ma'am.
I can answer that. Currently, they do not count toward reclassification. That was on the commissioner's rule. And it looks like when realignment comes around again, that topic will come up again. So it's only a 2-year window according to the information Coach Butler sent me this afternoon.
Yeah, we reached out, same as Dr. Glenn, we reached out to the UILOD, and that was the answer we got, that because he didn't sign the rule change, they do not count towards your enrollment.
And then as far as, reading through all of the feedback that we got, there was some concern about chasing after parents for grades. Like I know right now coaches can easily access Skyward, they can check on a student, see where they're at, and having to go after the homeschool parents for grades was an issue for a couple, I think, districts that had implemented this. Is there a way that we can implement this where it puts the responsibility on the parents? Like if the parents don't have these grades submitted by a certain date, then that's it, and however many strikes you're out. I'm not sure. On policy, you said a lot of these school districts don't have one, but I'm just thinking of ways to be able to implement this that doesn't create a lot of extra work for our coaches.
From what we can determine, we've been trying to research this. What we saw in the article on the homeschool stuff is that they're required to take, and you could probably help me with this, they're required to take an achievement test at the first of the year, and that is the only measuring thing that we can find for the year. If they pass it at the first of the year, they're good. So where our kids have to have grades submitted every 6 weeks, from what we have understood from talking to the other homeschool, the people that are doing it, they call, ask the parent, how they doing? They're doing good. So you're going off the word of the parent.
So the standard's different?
From what we can see.
Okay.
And let me say this, if that's a concern, I think we as a district could require homeschool grades to be submitted to us. And if the kids don't submit their grades, we can consider them ineligible. So,
I would think that would have to go into the policy made by the district.
I
if we
would-
chose to do that.
I would like to answer your question too. I'm speaking for my children. They do have grades every 6 weeks and they have transcripts. And they also take the Iowa state test every year as well. And I'm looking at Weatherford Independent School District, their policy here. And on here it is talking about name of curriculum copies, documentation of credits. So it does look like there are ways to implement to make sure that they're.
I think there'd be
Yeah.
ways to do it,
Yeah.
absolutely. I think you would have to, or you would have an exodus of your students going, oh, we can do this. And I think we'd have to make a pretty strong policy right there.
And the other concern was the 8-hour rule. Like, if the students are going to be participating in this, they have to show up at the practice times that are available. There's no exceptions that are being made for coaches to have to work outside of those hours that they normally would work, to just work with the homeschool students.
I would think that if we allow them to play, then they come to our practices.
Right.
They have to practice with our kids at that time.
Okay.
And
One of
and on that note, go ahead.
One of the concerns that has been raised by some who have gone into allowing these youngsters to participate in UIL activities is the course load, because every youngster that's in our school has a full course load. Often they say they find that the homeschool students will be actively studying 2 or 3 subjects at a time and having fewer hours every day, where the youngsters who are currently in our school and enrolled there would be having 6 classes plus their athletics.
There again, I mean, I can speak to that. The course load is very similar to that of public school, and they have extracurricular activities too. We have transcripts, so I don't see, one of my oldest went to public school for a couple of years, and I would say the course load we really mimic and try to keep up with, as far as course load goes, what the public school is doing, if that helps.
And I really did a lot of thought on this, the House Bill 547, and I'm glad that we took the time to hear from our teachers and coaches, so thank you guys for doing the extra work on this. And most of the public most likely does not understand the immense UIL requirements that these teachers, coaches, and students must abide by. They are very strict, and as we all know, in looking into the whole UIL, it's like reading the Constitution sometimes. I mean, you've really got to dig and get in there. So the recommendation tonight is to discuss and consider the policy. So let me begin by saying emphatically that yes, there are many homeschool students who will benefit from participating in UIL activities. I am completely for this. However, it is imperative that as in any new program, the implementation of the program is paramount. Simply saying yes without having a good, solid plan of action would not be wise. I've always believed and practiced the notion that with any great idea, there is much pre-planning that must take place. Therefore, in order for GISD to implement this program, we still need to have and put into place a solid plan first. There are still a lot of unknowns regarding, 1, a direct line of communication for homeschool parents to address their questions and concerns with the district. I propose that we have a designated staff member at the admin building who would be the point person for both the parents, but also for the teachers and coaches. This point person would also be the gatekeeper of the responsibility of collecting and reporting the grades for the homeschool kids. The parents would have the responsibility of uploading the grades and required documents to the district by specified dates. The teachers and coaches then would be able to access these documents easily, thus verifying eligibility. 2, we can easily, I say easily, I'm not an IT guy, girl, but perhaps we could create a portal through our district webpage where parents can easily upload the needed documentation that could then be verified by the date for each student, because we know with UIL these dates are critical and they have such strict guidelines. So having this portal where parents and coaches can access, I think would be really an amazing thing. Are you about to kick me under the table? 3, just as there are required parent meetings for the various activities, the homeschool parents would need to be in attendance in order for them to receive the same information that the enrolled students receive. And so perhaps a pilot program would be advisable to get us started. And again, when any organization takes the necessary steps to properly implement something new, the odds for success are greatly increased. So finally, I want to thank you teachers and coaches who took the time to complete the survey. You guys are on the front lines of these activities, and your input is essential. Also, having been a UIL science and athletic coach in the past, I know the amount of time that you pour into these commitments. So from the surveys we received from the school districts that are already implementing this program, the feedback was fairly positive. The common concern was the communication aspect to and from parents, which again leads me to believe that having a point person at the admin level is a critical path for the program. Of the 70 responses from our professionals, I also took out and I read every single one of them. The main one, academic requirements. Who will determine the various homeschooled curricular programs compared to what an enrolled student must have? 2, behavioral requirements. I thought that was a really wise one to discuss. Students enrolled in school must maintain and follow GISD student behavior plan. If the homeschool student fails to follow those same guidelines, how and who will they be held accountable to? 3, the logistics, and I think this is a real important one for us to think about, of kids and parents and everyone who coming and going into and out of our schools for practices, tryouts, etc. This will put an extreme pressure on the front office personnel, and those people are busy, if you've ever been in a front office. 4, that brings to the next point of safety. Regarding the logistics of anyone coming into and out of our buildings, safety must be considered. And additionally, students who are enrolled all have all the required paperwork and documents to properly identify them. With homeschool students, this process would need to be ensured as well. In-class support. The UIL teachers spend a lot of time in class providing their advice, strategies, and planning for their activities. The homeschool student would miss out on this important aspect, and that's pretty much for the UIL science. And one of the art teachers, or one of the art comments was the art has to be supervised by an art teacher the entire time to be eligible. So that would be a difficult thing to do. So, I mean, there are some issues that we have to think about. Then there's the abuse of illegal drug policies. How will the homeschool student be held to the same standards, testing, and consequences of an in-school student? Then we have the 98% attendance that's required for in-school student participation. So we'd have to address that as well for homeschool. And then we have the no pass, no play. Certainly something that needs to be addressed. Many students do not get the privilege of participating in extracurricular activities because they didn't pass a class. How will the rigors of in-school requirements meet up with the requirements of the various homeschool models? And I'm not pointing all that out to be a naysayer. I think it's important. I think it's a very important topic that we need to look at. Our kids are all important, but it's not as easy as flipping a switch. I think we've got to do some pilot programming and work out the kinks so that we can do, if we're going to do it, we do it really well. And we be a model for other districts. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to ask, last month I had pointed out 30 districts out of 1,080 roughly in the state of Texas have adopted this, House Bill 547. I never asked the question, I failed to, but how was that placed on our agenda, Madam President or Dr. Glenn? Was it brought forward by a fellow trustee, or was it brought forward because we had immense demand from the community to enroll their kids under this House bill?
A trustee asked for it to be placed on the agenda, but I have had parents reach out to me in support of HB 547.
So how many roughly would you say in the community have expressed interest if we move forward with
To me
this?
directly, the number has been low.
How low, under 10?
Under 10.
Okay. The reason I bring that up is because any program we implement, and it's been said, comes with expense and it comes with immense administrative matters, tasks that have to be done along with it. I looked in the packet and Hutto ISD, I'm not sure, how big is Hutto ISD, Dr. Glenn?
I would imagine probably at least our size.
About our size?
6,000. So
They implemented this program over a year ago. They have 0 students, 0 homeschool students. Wiley ISD has 12. And I understand there are about 1,200 kids in their high school. And then Weatherford ISD has, quote, a few. I did try and reach out to a trustee up in Weatherford, and unfortunately, he never returned my call. But
I talked to their president, they have 8.
they have 8. So I'm a big homeschool fan. I've had neighbors. I've been involved in faith-based organizations that have large populations of homeschool folks. Their kids are very bright, and I would stack them up with the best of our kids. But I'm looking at this as I always have on this board, more with my old banker hat and finance mind and kind of a business aspect. Is it practical? Is it something we have so much demand for, we need to implement? And so I know it's been said, and I'm a big believer, I said this last month, in fact, these folks pay their taxes, and they deserve every right to step on our facilities, to use them, to use our buildings and so on, when we don't have them in use for the public ed kids. Dr. Glenn, are our facilities, athletic facilities, I know we've talked about this, are they available to homeschool co-ops and other groups after hours when they're not used by the ISD?
We do have facility use forms that they can fill out to use them, yes.
Okay, so they can use our fields, they can use our gymnasiums, they can use our stage at the high school, as long as it's not in use and they've gone through the proper steps.
Yeah, a lot of times they have to pay. Sometimes they'll come up and we'll visit and we're able to work something out, but yes.
Okay. Thank you. Those are the 2 primary questions I had. Thank you, gentlemen.
And let me just say, I'll say something, and I know it's I don't really feel like it's a big decision, but we're giving it a lot of time tonight. I'll brag on our coaches. Our coaches do a great job, and they work hard for kids. And that's across the board, and I'm proud of the work they do with our student athletes. And as a parent, I were choosing to keep my child at home and homeschool him for any reason. And again, I'm a huge public school advocate, but let's just say I'm keeping my kid at home. I'm paying my taxes. I live in the district. If I were given the opportunity to put my child in Coach Cheesy's football program or Coach Thorpe's basketball program, I would jump at that opportunity. Not only to be surrounded with great leadership and coaching, but also to be surrounded by great kids from Granbury ISD, which you got to witness here if you've been here since the beginning of this meeting. I think we're overanalyzing something that is really not going to be as hard as we're making it out to be. You're talking Weatherford ISD, 9,000 students. We're talking about less than 10 kids. I truly believe it. I mean, Dr. McDonald did a great job outlining a policy. She could probably sit down with Ms. Bodine, and who's over academics, and Coach Butler, and script up an easy way for the kids that are interested in playing to participate. I don't think it would be a heavy lift. Certainly, this is a decision of the trustees. It's a policy decision. We'll leave it in your hands. But I think at the end of the day, if we have the opportunity to do something good for kids and it's within our power to do it, I wouldn't divert from taking the opportunity.
And I agree with you 100%, Dr. Glenn, but again, it will start out small, but as we grow, that program is going to grow. So I think the better bones that we have for it, the better it's going to be for all kids. So that's why I think we do need to really think through the logistical part of it.
Yeah, I would suggest that we actually write the policy. I mean, again, I said this last month. Let's write the policy and bring it back so we can have something tangible and approved. I'm for it too, in theory. I mean, if we all come together as a team and a community, why not give these kids those great opportunities? But let's get the horse before the cart and go write that policy and bring it back for consideration.
One of my heartburns in all of this, having been a UIL coach, we went to these coaches, these teachers that you saw that have spent hours and hours, and we went to them and asked them, what is your desire? And while I've always put kids first, I'm going to tell you that it gives me heartburn to think that we asked and 70 different ones responded and overwhelmingly said no, and that we as a board are going to sit here and say, well, too bad what you said. So that gives me heartburn, because if we don't support those folks when we ask them something, if we're not going to take their recommendation, then we shouldn't ask them. And it really gives me heartburn that we asked them and they said no, and we're stepping up and saying, well, we'll go forward. So just my
Well,
take
I
on it.
heard also, I didn't hear a resounding no. I heard that we need to do it correctly. We need to do it right. And that we do need to involve our teachers and our coaches with feedback to make this thing a win-win on both sides.
Couple other points I'd like to make. One, when I was talking to Mike Best, who's the president of the school board at Weatherford, they also had their coaches give a resounding no. But he went back to them at the end of this year and asked them what they thought, and they said, it worked pretty well. So there's some fear of the unknown that's also in there. The other point that he made that I thought was really good is if we put this in place and it doesn't work for Granbury ISD, we can stop it. It's not something that once turned on, it never gets turned off. We have that choice.
I just had one more comment, if I might. My last, I promise. So I talked to Mike Best as well, and he said something that really stuck with me. He said, if we're for children, then we need to be for all children. And that was something that really, really stuck with me. And then just, I'm sure a lot of people know about him, but I just thought this was a pertinent story that Tim Tebow, who was a two-time national champion, Heisman Trophy winner, first-round NFL draft pick, former pro baseball player, four-time the list goes on and on, quarterback for the Denver Broncos and New York Jets, because he lived in Florida, which is a right-to-play state. Even though he was homeschooled, he was able to accomplish all of those things because he was able to play in Florida at the time. And so homeschoolers have had equal access to UIL activities in now 36 states with great success. Some of these states have been doing this for nearly 50 years, and not a single one of these states has ever experienced a regulation increase as a result of allowing homeschool equal access to the UIL activities. Homeschooling legislators across the country have made it clear they believe homeschoolers should be able to participate in UIL, which is paid for with our tax dollars, and homeschool students come from a diverse demographics. It is something that I ran on when I was running for office, and the community's opinion matters, so I ran on this issue and I was elected, so it's obviously something that our community and voters are wanting, because times are changing.
I think I'll just add that the UIL is only in Texas. It's not across the nation.
I think if we had some kind of clear guidelines or policy to implement this, it might ease some of the concerns that we saw in the survey. I think a lot of that just comes from the unknown, of not knowing how to implement this, and with the lack of policy in other school districts, it kind of doesn't give us any way to get our bearing. So if we had some kind of guideline policy in place to be able to implement it, that it might alleviate some of those issues that were brought up in that survey.
Final question, Dr. Glenn, are we paid WADA on a homeschool kid if they're enrolled in our UIL activities?
We are not.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any more discussion? Do I hear a motion, or how we go from here?
I'll make a motion that we adopt the policy and/or procedures regarding House Bill 547 for homeschool students to participate in UIL activities.
Do I hear a second?
I would just ask what policy is there? There's no policy in the board book to consider at this time.
With the board's approval tonight, we would put together a policy drafted with Coach Butler and UIL academic coordinator. I believe it's still Ms. Bodine. No, Ms. Leatherman? There we go.
So, in other words, really what the motion would be is that a policy would be put together.
Yeah, so again, it's with your approval, and what I'm hearing Mr. Jackson say is if we write the policy, he'll approve the policy. You know, we're going to put the heads in the room and say, hey, write the policy now, because it'll take some time to put together. They'll go through the labor knowing that their labor is not in vain with approval tonight.
I'm just saying, to Dr. McDonald's well-thought-through points that she made, I don't want to approve a what-if. I mean, I want to see the policy. I want to see every minutia in the policy before I approve it. I've always done that. Any other policy we've had before us, we've never approved carte blanche, go write it.
So what I would say is, with Ms. Graff's motion, if you're approving that we are going to have allow homeschool kids to participate next year, and then we'll just bring you policies and let you refine the policies, but we'll go ahead and move forward with homeschool kids participating. Am I hearing you correctly?
But under what guidelines?
Well, the
If there's no
guidelines.
policy currently written, you're asking us to approve something there's nothing to look at.
I guess what I'm saying is it'll be the responsibility of the administration to bring a suitable policy to the trustees that you approve, but we'll know that ultimately we can start letting homeschool families know that we're just waiting for board approval. You're going to approve the policy. Once you're good with it, the kids will be able to participate. I'm just making sure I hear you correctly.
Well,
You're saying if we vote yes for this tonight, once we have the policy, we have to vote for that too?
No, he's saying we'll approve essentially House Bill 547 to be implementing Granbury ISD, and we'll write the policy and bring it back to you later.
Right, and we'll keep bringing the policy back until you're happy with it.
Right.
Or what you're saying is write a policy, we may or may not approve it, and we'll just keep going back and forth.
Hey, we have a motion. If there's a second, I'll vote my conscience, but at this point,
Well, we're here to serve the will of the board, so you tell us what you want done.
So, at the moment, we have a motion on the floor to accept homeschool students participating in UIL activities. Am I correct?
that was not the motion, Madam President. She read it verbatim off the board book. It was discuss and consider the policy and/or procedures. It wasn't to accept homeschools. If the motion dies, I'll personally make the motion to accept homeschool kids into the district, subject to final review of a board policy being presented to us, if that's what we're trying to do here. I'm not opposed to it in theory.
Well, if there's no second, the motion dies.
Yeah, or withdraw the motion.
You can withdraw the motion, and then let you hear if you would like to second what Mr. Jackson said. So go ahead and
I'll go ahead and withdraw my motion.
Thank you. Mr. Jackson, would you like to give us a motion?
Madam President, I'll move that we construct a policy to allow homeschool kids per House Bill 547 to participate in UIL activities in Granbury ISD, subject to final approval by the board.
And I will second that motion.
Wonderful. Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Jackson, and we have it seconded by Ms. Graft. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? Okay, we have by 4-2 against.
Thank you, Board. We'll get with Coach Butler, Ms. Leatherman, and we'll bring a policy to you this summer when they've had the opportunity to work out the details.
All right. Next, consider revisions to Granbury ISD District Policy, removing EF local and adopting EFA local and EFB local drafted by TASB per TEA model policies with the slight modification that I put in as well.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam President. So in Update 119, TASB Policy Service offered a split policy option for GISD. And so their recommendation is that we remove our current policy, EF Local. That's the board policy regarding both instructional materials selection and challenges of those materials as necessary. And they split it into EFA that addresses the selection and review of instructional materials, and EFB that addresses the selection and review of library materials. And so both of those new policies are in front of you. There are a couple of edits that are shown on the EFB local. And so it is recommended that the board approve the removal of EF local in its entirety and replace it with the EFA local for instructional materials and EFB local for library materials so that we can properly address selection and review of all materials in our libraries and in our schools as presented.
Any comments or questions from the board? Do I have a motion?
Madam President, I move that we accept remove the EF local in its entirety and replace it with both the EFA local for instructional materials and the EFB local for library materials as presented.
And do I have a second on that?
I second that motion.
Okay. The motion was made by Ms. Gore. It was seconded by Dr. Harrington. All those in favor, raise your hand.
Madam President, maybe we have discussion now that the motion's on the table.
Go right ahead.
Actually, I'd just like to make a comment. We've heard over the last several months several speakers on the topic of books in our libraries. It has covered the spectrum from left to right, right to left. It's been a difficult position for the board members, as some of you have acknowledged. I just ask for a little patience and a little grace at this point. Those who know me and some of the others around this board table know what kind of people we are and how long some of us have served on this board and served this community and always had the kids central to every decision we've made. Give us a little bit of benefit of the doubt. We're under tremendous pressure. And you have to realize, I'll just tell you quickly, about 10 years ago, unbeknownst to most of you in this room, the ACLU sent some communication to the district. Basically, they were about to sue us because we opened our meetings with prayer. Now, I've been the board president in 2 stints during that time and since, and we still open our meetings with prayer. So if you want to question my heart and my spirit, you can. I just ask, give us some grace. Be patient. We're trying to bring, with this policy, order to this chaos, order to this process, because folks, like it or not, we're in the public sector, and things just take a hell of a lot longer than any of us like. But have a little faith and have a little trust. We're called trustees for a reason, because we're entrusted with your most valuable resource, our most valuable resource, our kids, our very future. So, as someone famously cast stones at the board as we went through the pandemic, I ask you now, hold that stone in your hand and maybe just drop it on the ground and give us a little more time, because you know what? We're going to do the right thing. You may not all agree with it, and we may not all agree as a corporate body up here, but I can assure you, I've had 4 kids go through the school system, one still in the high school. I would never expose them to anything vulgar, vile, pornographic, as some of you have said. But I will tell you, I am angry because of the misinformation I'm hearing on both sides of the spectrum, left and right. On the right, in fact, the last speaker pointed out a book called The Lawn Boy. It's in your libraries. It's ugly. Here's an excerpt from it. Guess what? She didn't bother to check the author of the year that book was published. It was a totally different book. The book we had was totally benign. Another example from that same person is a curriculum that apparently we had over 100 books on. That curriculum hadn't been touched in 10 years. Those books have been collecting dust. So with this policy we're about to enact, please watch. Please be engaged. Stay plugged in. Look at the policy closely. We are tightening it down. We're going to put up defenses to make sure some of these books don't enter our libraries again. And it may take time to ferret out the ones that are distasteful, because I have many friends on the left, by the way, 2 of which, of the 3 that wrote that open letter to this board, I have served with. I know those men's hearts. I think they're really pretty good men. I consider them friends when we served on the board together. So guys, we're neighbors here. And for those of us who call ourselves Christians, you know the ultimate lesson. Treat those like you want to be treated. So show a little love and grace to your neighbors. Thank you.
Madam President, he addressed us. May we respond?
I did not address you, Mr. Lowry. I did not. I said the last speaker, I mentioned no name.
Ladies, Madam President, he has personally addressed us.
No, sir, we can't go into
You're talking about the plan, the one you're talking about approving is talking about one employee. And I don't know what books he's reading, but the ones that we presented is talking about bestiality, it's about pornography, it's about rape.
Sir, you had your time to talk. I understand what you're saying.
Transparency, he just addressed us in pretty...
Madam President, I call the meeting back to order, and Mr. Lowry, you have an opportunity to come back and address that next week, but in fact, by Robert's Rules of Order, you're out of order, and so we'll note that and invite you back. And in doing that, I would like to say, I agree.
Sir, again, I didn't mention your name. No, sir. And here's the Christian love I'm pointing to. I never mentioned your name. I never personally attacked you. I stated misstatements of fact that I know you won't disagree with, because it was misstatement of fact. And all I asked was for a little grace, sir. It was no personal attack, but you're making it that way.
Madam President, I call point of order again.
I have a motion and a second on the floor.
Indicated that there was misinformation. You referenced one book, sir. You're not addressing the entirety of this program.
I call a point of order.
Like I said, sir, it's a time-consuming process, unfortunately, but we're working on it.
Point of order again, Madam President. I call a point of order again.
You got a motion and a second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. How many are in favor? How many are opposed? Passes 7-0.
Consider adoption of PE health instructional materials as part of the comprehensive. Ms. Brown. Excuse me?
Stacy Brown.
Oh, yes, exactly.
Good evening, Board. How are you? Oh, thank you.
All right, you guys, in front of you, you have basically a summary regarding the PE health resources, specifically that are attached for your approval, selected by the GISD PE Health Teacher Textbook Selection Committee. In addition, statute-specific lessons were reviewed by the local School Health Advisory Council. Both committees have recommended the attached resources for your approval, and all PE health resources have been open for review and public comment from February 17th, 2022, and your memo says specifically April 21st of 22. However, because we didn't bring this to the board earlier in April, we did extend that window through May 9th of 2022. So just so that you guys have a little bit of information, I'm sorry for changing that at the board table. So, questions?
I have some questions.
Yes, ma'am.
But I want to start out by saying thank you so much because both of you spent a lot of time with me explaining things. And so the questions I have really some statements and just some concerns that I want to talk about. And then if you can just help, I guess for the people in the public too, a lot of these things we've already discussed.
Sure.
But for the public to hear these things too, these are some things, and it's about Quaver Ed. So if you don't mind. My concerns with the company are whom they partner with and who sponsors them. There's an old saying, if the camel once gets his nose in the tent, his body will soon follow. That's my concern. So these are some of the reasons why I oppose Quaver Ed for kindergarten through 5th grade. For one, it's only online, which means any of the curriculum can change at any time. And Quaver Ed updates 4 times a year, which means that unapproved and unknown content could be in the classroom. For this reason, also, I believe books would be preferred over digital, but that's just my opinion. The same concern is shared by the State Board of Education. Quaver Ed has emoji-based screening and health tracker apps for monitoring children's emotional states, and this removes parental rights and tracks our kids. So I'm concerned about the student data and privacy, also that they're aligned to CASEL. And I looked at who funds CASEL. That would be Bill and Melinda Gates, the Zuckerberg Initiative that gave $16 million. That's just a few. And the Rakes Foundation. Most of these sponsors are social justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion organizations, which doesn't represent the majority of our community or our voters. I don't think that they would approve of that type of material. So I think it's important that we always work to find out what's behind all curriculum. Mm-hmm. They also partner with Panorama, which is under fire for the way it uses data and impacts user psychological health. I know that we've discussed some of this, but I think that this would be important for the public to hear, because I know you have answers, and I've heard some of them, but for others to hear those.
Sure, absolutely. You guys, I forgot to introduce Jennifer Ryan. She is our multi-tiered system of support coordinator, and she really kind of led the charge from the standpoint of since November and December of this year, we've been receiving communication from the State Board of Education as well as through TEA on the approved resources, and then she put together the local committee of educators for PE and health teachers, as well as a couple of our board members to be involved in it. Specifically, to address the online concern that you were referencing. Specifically for online, it is written into specific requirements associated on the proclamation of textbooks that publishers cannot change the specific material that is online without submitting a formal request to the State Board of Education to update the content or substitute a new edition of any adopted material, which means they would have to go through the process in order to get it approved before they could change what we've seen. So that's a big deal for digital, specifically online. The second question that I know that you mentioned specifically surrounded a specific assessment. And that was one of the questions that came out during the public hearing with the State Board of Education. And we have it in writing specifically from Quaver and then on the State Board of Education website that they specifically do not have an assessment on student emotional health or behavior. They removed it at the request of the State Board of Education. Teachers are not required to give data or share data with regard to regulating any emotional health through Quaver, and no data comes from students that is tracked or shared with anyone outside of the teacher themselves within the district. So definitely wanted to make sure that we answered those questions with regard to the emotional concerns as well as the online concerns. Yes.
And you really, Stacy Brown and the entire SHAC committee did a tremendous job vetting multiple programs, all of which were approved by the state, and the district was required to select one of these programs, or go without a program, which could be worse. And so certainly, just briefly for those that don't know, would you briefly describe the SHAC committee that vetted this program?
Sure, absolutely. So the School Health Advisory Committee is made up of community members, parents, educators, counselors, a variety of different positions within the district, and they specifically are required to have conversations surrounding the health curriculum, physical education, school counseling, as well as the human sexuality piece that we have talked about before with the board regarding what will and will not be taught.
And parents always have the right to opt out.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Actually, they have to agree to opt in. They don't have to opt out, they have to opt in.
Perfect.
So,
Stacey,
yes,
you and your committee did a great job, and trustees, again, we put together a large group of community members and staff members and parents that came up with this recommendation, and as an administrative body, we also endorse the recommendation of the SHAC committee and bring it to you tonight for your approval.
Thank you, sir.
How many times did the SHAC committee meet? It was...
we met specifically over this 3 specific times, as well as then the meetings that were with our committees for the textbook selection.
So it wasn't something really fast, it was a long time.
It started 17th of February, and we had our initial meeting with all groups, elementary and secondary, and then we had a second meeting with them, all-inclusive. It was an open meeting as well. All the materials have been available in hard copy and digital since that first meeting. And then we've also had a couple subcommittee meetings with our SHAC committee, and they were able to make the decisions based on Senate Bill 9 and the associated issues that they're supposed to vote on regarding the health concerns and curriculum that goes through that review process before we did a formal selection preview to you guys.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Sure. And I'd just like to add, I served on that SHAC committee, and I got to see every one of these lessons that it's being brought before the board tonight, and I really do appreciate all the long hours that y'all put into this. I know that was a lot of work, and you made it so easy to be able to navigate and find exactly what we needed to see to be able to give a recommendation. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to look at all this.
No, thank you. No,
Madam
thank you.
President, I move that the board approve the PE health instructional materials for adoption in proclamation 2022, including Quaver for K-5, Catch PE for 6 through 8, Texas Fitness and Wellness, grades 9 through 12, and 6 through 12, the Goodhart Wilson digital, and Texas Health Skills for middle school, as presented and recommended by the committee.
I'll second. Okay, we have a motion by Dr. Harrington, seconded by Ms. Gore. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? Okay, we have 6 4 and 1 abstention, and that abstention is Ms. Graft. And now we move to reports. Dr. Glenn.
Thank you, Madam President. When we leave tonight, we'll say, man, that was a long meeting. But the reason it was a long meeting is because we had an hour worth of recognitions, and that was a good thing. And as I look out in the audience and I see our coaches and our teachers and our instructional specialists and our principals and APs, the good work that was accomplished this year, all year long through our achievement spotlights is a direct result of your leadership and your hard work and your dedication. So as this year winds down, on behalf of this Board of Trustees and our central office administrative team, thank you for what you do for our kids, for pouring in your time and your talents to make sure that we have a great school year each year. And so as we prepare to graduate and celebrate with the class of 2022, I'll remind everybody that this Thursday night we'll have senior awards, followed by Sunday a baccalaureate service. All of this times and locations can be found on the district website. But it will culminate next week with Thursday and Friday. Thursday is STARS graduation, which is traditionally hosted by Acton Baptist Church. And so we look forward to that at 7 p.m. next Thursday. And then at Pirate Stadium, 8 o'clock on Friday, we'll have GHS graduation. And so I want to make sure that everyone's here tonight and has the opportunity to watch online. We do limit tickets, so I wish I could just invite everybody. If we have overflow, we always will let you in. But we are looking forward to celebrating with these seniors as they close one chapter in their life and they start another. One last point of order. I did have an individual reach out to me today to talk about the possibility of a 4-day week. And so I know we've already approved our school calendar for the year, but since a trustee reached out to me, we will put a report together just to weigh the pros and cons at our next meeting. So I'm just kind of giving you the heads up on what that may look like. Again, our calendar for next year has been approved, but the 4-day week as far as having that conversation moving forward with teachers, it's not something that I've ever really dove deep on because it feels like it would be a burden on parents. But as we enter a day and age where teachers really are stressed out and they're leaving their profession, a parent actually came to me and said, hey, it's not as big a deal as you think to us. And in fact, we could really get behind something like that. So I don't really have the details on it, but since I was approached to get more information, we certainly are willing to provide a report if that is something the board would like to see next month.
All right, moving on. Discussion of Hood County Appraisal District property. Dr. Glenn again.
Yeah, thank you, trustees. This is something that we've talked about for some time now, and that is the Hood County Appraisal District, which Mark Jackson is actually a member of that board and serves as our representative. For those of you who don't know that are in the audience, the Granbury ISD is responsible for about 62% of the annual budget, or really every dollar spent through HCAD. So HCAD is in the process of wanting a new building. In order to help facilitate that while also being good stewards of our own dollars, there is a parcel of land owned by the district that really is too small to be used for a school building, and it's actually located right next to another school. And so there's the opportunity to possibly look at an exchange of the current facility, which is adjacent the ISD, for this 5-acre parcel, which is what they're looking at. The advantages to the district are pretty simple. If they were to go out and spend $500,000 on a piece of property, we would be responsible for 62% of that. So you're talking about $360,000 that would come out of the district's savings to pay for that piece of land for HCAD in addition to 62% of the total building cost. So it's a win-win for the district. However, there are some legal hurdles that would have to be climbed, so the district would actually have to publicly post that land to see if we could obtain a more substantial offer. And then again, if there were a trade between two entities, both appraisals would have to be valued. On our end, we could our property valued less, but the property we're trading for could not be less than the property that we would be trading. And so if this is something that you want to move forward with, well, let me say this. This is something you're going to see us get you more information probably in the coming days. You'll get an email from me, and it'll walk through the legal requirements to move forward with this. But in addition to that, and I may open it up to Mr. Jackson, I know, no, not at this time, the HCAD is, they're still working out the funding for this, and so don't want to get too far out in front of our skis on it, but I want to make you aware that they are interested in a piece of property, and it does serve an advantage for GISD to at least consider it. And so in the coming days, you'll receive an email from me that'll outline the legal requirements if we were to make that swap happen.
All right. Moving on, financial statements for Mr. Whitefield. Why don't you just go ahead and get that done with the cash flow?
Thank you, Madam President. Board, in front of you, you do have the financial statements that include transactions between September 1st, 2021 and April 30th, 2022. To date, the revenue equals 93.16% of the budgeted amount compared to 92.67% in the 2021 year and 95.59% in the 2019-20 year. You can look through those financials and see that there's some fluctuations in different areas of that revenue. However, when it comes to the property taxes, we, based on the year-to-date report that I received from Mr. Rowe at the HCAD department, we are on target to receive those taxes. So we will realize that within the year. Expenditures to date represent 56.05% of the budgeted compared to 61.07% for 2021 and 60.45% in 1920. There are some notable things in those expenditures. We've talked about them in the past, the increased cost of fuel, increase of travel since we are on the road more often these days, and then the portables under our plant maintenance. It doesn't look as high at the bottom end there because there's some things in our budget currently that we have not recognized or encumbered, and they are down there, and you can see those in that Function 81 series. And that is your financials for April 30th, 2022. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
All righty. Why don't you just keep on going?
Yes, ma'am. The next thing on your agenda is your cash flows and investment report. You can see that this month we actually did make a little bit of interest. We have, and it's listed on your memo as well, we have started pulling away from long-term investments because right now there is a better return on the short-term investments. I think in the past it might have been kind of a flip-flop on that. However, we feel like to enhance our cash flow and to get that better interest rate, it's in our best interest to move to the short-term investments. And that is your investment report.
Very good, thank you.
Ma'am.
Next, well, we're going to keep you going.
Yes,
Report
ma'am.
on categorical purchases between $50,000 and $100,000.
Yes, ma'am. We brought these two things to you as informational only. The first one was a purchase from Dell under the DIR contract. These are teacher cart replacements in the amount of $82,209.60. And then the second one was from Mifflin Harcourt. And those are, it's the Go Math Texas K through 5, and that is under GISD bid 2020-03, and that was in the amount of $73,321.60.
Okay, very good. Okay, now we will consider action on items discussed in closed session.
Thank you, Madam President. Last action item of the night is the personnel report is put together by Wes Jones in our HR department. Also want to recognize our principals who have done a great job helping to start filling positions early. As you know, it's always best for the district when we can start plugging holes in May instead of waiting until August. So it's our position tonight that you approve as recommended.
Madam President, I'll make the motion that we approve staff recommendations as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. And all in favor, raise your hand. And that passed 7-0. All right, with no further business, we will adjourn this meeting at 9:12. Thank you, Board.
Thank you, Board.